Hello. It's actually a snow day out here. Snow in April. So I've been running the wood stove all morning. Arguably slightly more than I need to because it's actually quite warm here, but it's going to be cold a bit and then it's going to change. And next Tuesday it's supposed to be 80. So won't be using the wood stove for that. Let's switch over to this camera. So yeah, I'm a little red, got toasted in front of the stove. Interesting times. I at least have something cool to show you, which I don't know what it can make up for, but on the other hand, I do have something cool to show you, so there's that, anyhow. Hey, Chad. Oh, I can do better than just tell you about that, you know. So, Here's a little wire that is plug-inable. This may be awkward for me, but I don't care, whatever. We'll see what happens. You can do this. Power is by a Walmart speaker that cost about $30. And I can scooch it over like this. This will just sit in my lap, I guess, because I have nothing better to do with it. I thought I would fuss with some of my plugins using that as my monitoring. And that's now pointed at the microphone. So I guess we'll find out whether or not I'm going to blow it up being super loud, because this is a very efficient speaker the way it's been built.
Power on.
All charged up. Not only that,
Bluetooth connected.
oh, I stand corrected. Oh, no, here we go. So turns out I can connect it to my working computer, which it was giving a lot of problems before. It had been connected to some kind of extraneous Bluetooth that never shut off, and so I couldn't get it back. So I had a little device here. I can unplug this now in safety. I had a little device here, which is not that little because this is as big as it is, with a little Bluetooth portable speaker, and the speaker was permanently paired to somebody else's stereo. And they apparently did not ever shut it off, this stereo. I guess it just sat there. Maybe it's a neighbor and it was their TV or something. And it just sat there connected to somebody else's Bluetooth. But now it's connected to mine. So if I derp around a little bit, and you'll cut me slack for not being on top of things today, I should be able to get some useful work done. There's that. And I've got a cup of coffee, and I just almost missed the Godot audio meeting. Because that, reminds me, I should be updating this. Turns out it was not actually at noon. Turns out it was at 11, which would have been better anyhow, but I did not know this. And so there you are. So I missed it because I thought I was doing fine, and then I showed up 5 minutes early, except for that it was just before the meeting ended. But all they were doing was talking about kind of wild notions of how to make the entire audio engine run inside shaders or something. And I don't think that's really going anywhere. Although it's neat to see people excited about stuff like that. I think that's a side effect of all the coding people that I know going for like vibe coding and AI enhanced everything, is that they're getting worse at what they do, but they get more excited about what to try to do, and that's kind of neat. Anywho, none of my stuff runs that way. So I've now moved my Godot audio calendar thing up a couple of weeks. And what I was going to do was play stuff off of different speakers. I think I can actually bounce back and forth between these very quickly as long as I find audio to play. And I don't want to do my record collection because this is a live stream and I don't want it knocked out. So I'll go to sounds and I'll see what I can find there. I know it's very frustrating. You're being very patient waiting for this. Okay, this might be interesting. I just moved some of these over to here. Why don't we play For Never? So that's my main speakers, right? But we can also do this. All right. Oh, no, I have to hit play again to make it go. Got it. Or I have to figure out something to make it go. Maybe it can't go. Maybe it can't play a 96K this way. Oh, yes, it can. So here's the new speaker. This is forever. This is forever. This is forever. So the weird thing about it, and it would be better if I could play stuff over this, but I can't. This is forever. Actually, I don't like this track after all. I don't like that track after all. I'm going to play something else. I'm going to figure out something to play that I dislike less than that. Here's hoping I can actually make music again and not hate it. How about some of the stuff we've heard a million, billion, zillion times before? So I'm going to do the same thing of put it on the main speakers. Mind you, this has a subwoofer, but we're pointed away from the main speakers. And what it sounds like with the guitars and everything. So what I can then do, you know what? I'm going to not even do it here. We're going to leave that on Rayan, or maybe put it to SWB so that I can, if I do any break at all today. And then I'm going to plug this in. Only Velcro is holding this on, believe it or not. I'm not sure why you wouldn't believe it, I'm telling you it. And then this will kind of fall over unless I do it just right, but I have a sounds folder on this as well, so I can find out now whether this is going to work. Signs point to probably it will. And the new speaker. Heard this many times before, but this is in a slightly different way.
I hope that you believe me. I saw something very strange. For they were watching ponies on the New York Stock Exchange. People they all joined hands and set up a chant. And Discord oozed right through the screen like horror from Japan. And they sang Discord, welcome home. We're all so glad you're here. Discord, welcome home.
And I can turn it up a little bit. And there it is. So now, notice how the edges of it poke out. So we'll stop that for the moment. I should still have access to the Bluetooth. And here's something that I can do, talking about the Bluetooth and talking about this other computer and talking about everything being plugged into it at once. If I connect it to this, and oh, it looks like I have a volume level that I can go to it. It's interesting. Something I can do is play these through it. So the thing about it is, what this speaker is a dual cone speaker. You might be able to see it this way. It's a dual cone speaker where I removed the cone and left only the little whizzer cone, which is for highs only. And then I removed the center cap, so only the whizzer cone was connecting. But it's slightly heavier than this paper, and it does a little flare out to connect at a wider point, so it's as if it is a larger voice coil. It's like it's flaring out in this way. This might not be the best way of doing it, but it's getting me something anyhow. And then I cut a regular paper cone and used wood glue to make it into a cone shape. And I used wood glue to stick it to the whizzer cone and the outside edge. It was fairly delicate, but not crazy delicate. Like I'm an old man and I'm not the most dexterous person in the world, but I pulled it off. And then I cut slots around the outside edge and then kept using aluminum tape to stick that outside edge to the edge of the speaker. And that's the surround. So what it does is it flexes just a little bit, and that's enough to make sound. It's not meant to be a bass speaker because the driver only is like a 1-inch voice coil. You should have a subwoofer, but it's weird how much lows come out of it. But so the idea behind this design, and I'm going to scooch it over, it'll be what you're hearing for some of this. Like, for instance, here's H Monastery. K Monastery, sorry. I'll tell you what I'm observing and why I want to use this for my work today. There will be a thump. Ooh, and a little high frequency ping. And then a guitar. I feel like it's making the reverb sound more different from each other. So I can tell you why it is doing the things that it is doing. And I can tell you that I had an amazing experience listening to my records on it, because I know what stuff like Pink Floyd's Money or whatever is supposed to sound like. A lot of that stuff is my reference stuff. And the thing that really jumped out for me, and I don't get to do this on live stream, sadly, it's not really quite the same even going into a microphone. I feel like it's better in the room, but stuff was happening like I played Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band reprise into it, which I've recently put up as a forbidden music. And I found that all of a sudden I noticed what the hi-hat was doing during the song. But it didn't sound like the hi-hat because this is cutting away high frequencies and low frequencies rather drastically. It's like an oritone type of thing, but kind of more so. Now, the reason I say that is I intentionally designed it to combine the idea of the oritone and the idea of the NS10. The NS10 has a miserable little woofer which doesn't really give you low frequencies because it is too flimsy. It is paper that breaks up very easily. So what I've done with this one is used even lighter paper than that, but supported it with the Whizzer cone, which is already meant to be just a treble-only device. And I had one of my speakers and permanently broke it by smushing the Whizzer cone by accident. And once you've done that, there's no going back. So that is just a dead loss. I'm not sure you'd get the same thing out of extending, although possibly using a straight cone to extend would work. But simply extending the voice coil directly, driving it in a smaller area, in other words, I don't think would work as well, simply because it is not attaching to the conical paper cone, which I can re-show you. Conical paper cone, you can see where the Whizzer cone and the glue was. And it's also a glued seam paper cone, just like an NS10 is. The idea is it is a conical section. It's not exponential, although funnily enough, the Whizzer cone is, and that's going to be soaking up some of the highs. What I found was happening with this, so the reason the conical speaker cone is good for this sort of thing is it's burning up energy more quickly. Like, it rings in a different way. There's a certain rigidity, solidity to it that you don't get out of more well-designed speaker cones that break up in a more smooth way. Instead, you've got something that basically it can't actually be any shape other than a cone unless it's gone totally wrong. And see, I was showing you things like this. When I say this, I need to have the right thing selected so it'll actually play something. Let's try that again. This. That is a low quality reverb. Here's another. So this poses an opportunity. I have K Cathedral 5 right next to what I called Deep Forests, which is much smaller. Let's see if I get any of the sense of what the deep forest is supposed to sound like through this. Hard to say. Maybe it sounds like a forest? Definitely dying away faster. And we've got the most recent one, K Rockstar. It tends to be flatter than the other ones. And if I scooch down, alien spaceship. And then K Barn. Now, a barn is a sort of wood soundy thing compared to K Luxury. they're sounding different from each other, and that's the hope. The hope is that I'd be able to make them sound different from each other. And then let's see, I wanted to hear King Mansion. It's going to be in here somewhere. Oh, there's Beyond. There's Deep Forest. I think Mansion was even later than that. Here it is. So Cathedral 4 first. People did not find this realistic. Mansion. And that's the kind of stuff I'm messing with these kinds of things. Also, I do have some references. Like this would be a clip from a DVD. I think it's the Sound City DVD.
That one night.
And hopefully I can hear what that room sounds like through just that one little example. And then we've got a Studio B. Let's see. I think these are... So this would be hand claps in the Abbey Road Chamber. Or a hand clap, I guess. So if I can make a reverb sound exactly like that, I'm likely to be able to get it to sound like the Abbey Road Chamber. And then I think what we have here is, this is all from the Rick Beato video when he got to go to Abbey Road, which I'll never get to do. And delighted me by roaming around and like clapping his hands and stuff while there was somebody recording him. And it made a noise like this. Seems to have done a very bad job of playing it, so I'll try playing this in... There we go, we're supposed to be two of these. So that's the sound of Abbey Road's actual Studio B, with Rick Beato roaming around and clapping, which means that if I was to go and find a small room that sounded lots like that, it's not going to be this, but if it was... If I found one that came off exactly the same as the hand clapping in the real room, this would do a better job of guiding me towards that, I think. That's the feeling that I get. And I can also go to this and fool around with various things. Like, for instance, I can play you what a real Fender Rhodes sounds like through this speaker. There you go. So it's a little hard there. Then we've got it like right up at the point of distorting. There, turned it down. So you hear a little bit of rustliness. But this is a very tough sound source for exposing distortions. And then, of course, I can point it backwards. yeah, so we can do this. I should be able to play the Novation Summit track as well. This would be a lot more fun to use for dialing in sounds. I've done that using little battery amps before. So yeah. This is the speaker design I was talking about. I think that's a really good example of what the Novation Summit really sounds like. And I would absolutely be able to dial in tones using this as a monitor speaker. Bearing in mind, though, that the ultimate goal might be to make 2 more of these. I have basically almost everything I need, probably everything I need, but I'd want to do something good for like speaker wires so that I can mix on these. Because currently I'm mixing on Yamaha NS10s. It does many of the things like this. I've also got an idea for how I can bring highs into the equation here. The way I'm designing these, they're rolling off the very top octaves because the size of the radiating surface is just too big to make highs very effectively. But I have a whole bunch of piezo chips, and I've never actually tried making the piezo chips also sit on the same enclosure and crossing them over higher than I would cross over in an NS10, for instance. Because the NS10 woofer is heavier and it's designed to do bass frequencies, whereas that's meant to be more of a Nautilus style mid-range. And so you could do a high frequency generator that just only focused on the extreme highest stuff and still do it in a budget sort of way. I have large quantities of piezos. I could be sending them to people and going, hey, do this. Here, this is the only part that you can't get at the hardware store. Because the other parts that can be got at the hardware store are flexible aluminum, possibly the spine there is aluminum fence wire. I could include a piece of that too if it came to it. Otherwise, you'd have to buy a big old chunk of it. And the paper is Strathmore 300 grade drawing paper. Pretty gettable. You could get stuff like that. This weird goo all over it is Walmart expanding foam. Pretty well any expanding foam would do the same thing. And the whole concept is that you take the speaker and fire it into a tapering tube, which you then roll up like a snail shell. That's what B&W did with the Nautilus. And you can do it as DIY as well. I've tried it. I've done it. None of this involved tooling. None of this involved anything more than just what you could do if you had, like, I don't know, a scissors, maybe a soldering iron for soldering to the speaker. That seems legit. I didn't even need to use tin snips for anything because I was removing the paper cone, although I did have to be cautious with it. And again, this was the Fender Rhodes sound. It does grind the paper a little bit around the edges. That's because it's a very revealing sound for any issue there might be happening. And then here's the Novation Summit. Again, we get these little buzzes here, I'm intentionally using stuff like B3. It's not a B3, it's a Proteus. It's a pretty usable sound though. Here's a chimier electric piano. So fake electric piano. The guy that jammed with me a couple of weeks ago, this was what he did not want to hear. Because this is like a Rhodes Mark II or 3 or something. Whereas the Rhodeses I like are this kind of Rhodes, better. And then we can do Alpha Juno. And that's giving me some of the sense of what an Alpha Juno actually sounds like. It's a nice, rich, vivid sound. So it's important to register what this is doing. And you can probably hear it. You're not getting much in the way of lows, and it's actually also not giving much in the way of highs. But it's almost impossible to focus with this doing what it does. Maybe I'll try a different... Oh. Maybe I'll try a different thing that's less distracting. Oh, and that's my 6 Signs Rhodes. This is a soft synth. I'd probably be able to do this better if I was using this speaker to design it on. Because the real thing, see it, it's kind of there. And that was just the real one, intercut. So we go different between fake one, real one, fake one again. So there's a lot I'm missing in terms of, ironically, it's the highs, but it's also the total overall clarity of it. Because the real one sounds like this. Also, I think I was hearing the difference between FLAC and MP3 in a way that was dead obvious. So that's interesting. What's happening with this device is it is a single driver speaker that is optimized for sonority and mid-range peak energy. It's a peak optimized speaker. The back wave goes into the snail shell shape and dissipates. And there's not a lot in the way of the wave going back there, so nothing really bounces back very much. And where a NS10 breaks up and dies away very quickly because it is a sealed box enclosure without any bass really. This almost has more bass than the NS10 does. Fairly comparable sized enclosure size, and the radiating area is a little tiny bit bigger than an NS10 woofer. But this one's designed so that the actual literal paper speaker dissipates energy quicker than the NS10 speaker and tweeter. And the reason for that is it's a lighter material that can't really stand up to the strains being put on it. So rather than handling the motion of what's actually the whizzer cone connected to the voice coil, rather than actually handling that motion, and it'll be interesting to see whether or not doing the same thing with a more rigid connection to the voice coil would be better. I'm not sure. It's a question. When you get these dual cone speakers, the whizzer cone actually is professionally attached to the voice coil. So you can run with that and assume that that's going to be reasonably structural. It's not the strongest thing in the world, but it does get to be a structural element. And you're connecting it to this delicate paper. And the delicate paper breaks up very, very easily when you put sound into it. So for delicate, quiet sounds, it can convey pretty much all of the energy. But the more you put extra energy into it, it'll convey that to the entire cone, but it'll also break up and decay very, very quick. And I think this is substantially quicker than even an NS10 does, much less an Oratone. An Oratone is mostly just you're paying for the fact that it's a single driver speaker. Well, this is a single driver speaker too that you can build yourself. And it's wider range. So I'm now going to look around and see whether there's anything else I can play. I do have Airwindows. Yeah, there we go. That's my Cliff Driver track, although it startled me as it started up. Unlike the MP3s, that has a very startling beginning. On the sound control panel here, I'm controlling the amplitude of the on speaker through the slider on the screen. That's interesting. I didn't know it would do that. So again, mid-rangey, very mid-rangey. But at the same time, we're hearing all the little mix details in here. Like that's about the sound of the guitar I have there. It's about the sound of the drums that I have there. That's my extra clicky kick in there. These are modular synth kicks and things. I didn't have my rail drums going for it. So you can hear what it's doing there. And that synth is going to change into a guitar. And there's the guitar. And yeah, even though it's very mid-rangey, it's still showing you that I could have pushed that guitar volume a little bit more. Let's skip to a different one. Here is Sprunk. Remember this one? This was a tracker. Yeah, when I called it skronk, I wasn't fooling. It's ear splitting. So you can kind of hear all the bits, but it's easier to tell that the balance isn't great. It's got some things going for it. And then I can do my track Rise. This is Rise as it came out. Leaving a bunch of dynamics, clearly. You can kind of tell I cheated with the speed of the drums. The drums are doing a D&B thing where they're sped up from how they were recorded. Bass could be a little more articulate. And you can hear that the ride cymbal is obnoxious, which people complained about. People complained about this ride cymbal. Bass could be a little more mid-rangey, I think. Bits of it are working okay. And yeah, the idea is to be able to switch this, because remember, this is still the main computer. This is the big studio mains. And I can hear the cymbals and things much better. I can hear the deep lows better, but this is what this one sounds like. Very different, huh? Big speakers. So yeah, I got confused by balancing the bass with the kick drum and stuff, figuring out what to do there. If I listen to classic records that I grew up on, a lot of this stuff comes into play better over this little tiny speaker. Like I could be trying to find where that vocal sits, but if I listen to this, very obvious, because it's doing that orotone thing. And the interesting thing about it is that it is dragging out all of these little details that I'd want to be able to pay attention to, and that might get by you in a regular mix. I'm pretty convinced if I used this or two of these to mix on, especially if I had subs in there to fill in the crossover between low mids and the subterranean stuff, I'd be able to do a fantastic mix on this, assuming I liked the mid-rangey quality. And the thing is, I do. I like the sound of that. Let's do another example. Firstly, with the studio mains. That's actually not the one I was thinking of, so let's pick a different example. Oh wait, here's one. I had this. What's this? This is console 0 flag. Okay, it grooves along doing this, right? So imagine mixing this. I could even put the room speaker on, and it'll really illustrate the point. So we're trying to make that work. We're figuring out how to balance these different things, and we're going like, okay, I wonder whether that hat is too large. I wonder whether some of these things can be heard plainly in the mix. What's the right volume for that hi-hat? What's the right volume for that bass or the kick drum? And then you turn on this little bugger. And you hear, okay, I've got a continuing chord going on in there that doesn't need to be doing what it's doing. You can't hear the bass drum at all. this little... It's cool, but it's kind of louder than it needs to be. It's a hi-hat. You can't hear that guitar at all, and you should be able to over the mini speaker. That's going to be railroads. That's okay. And there's maybe more reverb that that drum really needs, whatever it is. So yeah, this is exposing all the weaknesses of this mix. I got confused by the fact that there's the full range quality to it, and the fact that there's tweeters, and the fact that it can focus in on little details like that. There was another one I was thinking of. How about this one? So I looked this one up on YouTube recently, because this was one of the ones where years ago I was seeing whether I could make AI images do cool things that were clearly themselves rather than imitating anything else. I think that's one of those. So you got this big sort of washy pile of mess, and I wasn't able to be very happy with this. Let's see whether the test speaker shows me why it was that I didn't like this one. Well, partly because I have a electric piano there that's kind of not grooving very well. I can hear it now. And then the little envelope follower guitar there is not actually being very nice. And I can't make out any decent rhythmic state here at all. And also I can't hear what that fast hi-hat is doing very well. And then let's skip back to... Oh, that's not a skipping. Let's skip to this. Oh God. Or perhaps not. How about this one? This one actually came out, but it's a very weird one. So you hear when I'm trying to do this heavy thing, see, that's trying to be heavy. You hear low frequencies rumbling around. Unfortunately, here, let's open it up and loop that particular part. And by loop, I mean... So this is meant to be heavy, like distorted guitars and stuff, but when I put it on the little bitty speaker, it's going to immediately show, or it'll immediately show when I play it again. If it lets me play it again, come on. Give me a break. This is not a day to mess with me, come on. Mid-range speaker is revealing the problems. So those drums are bad for this. It's not working at all. And the guitar isn't balancing. And just in general, that's really bad. That's not good at all. And that would have something to do with why, when I put it out, I didn't actually enjoy it very much, and I have not loved this track very much. It's because I didn't have the tools I needed in order to get it to be its best, to mix it as well as I could. Instead, all I had was what I had, basically. And here, what's this? I'm stuck playing all this dumb stuff. So this is a sort of rocky, styly thing. On the other hand, over big speakers, hey presto, look at that. It's acting a little bit more like a real mix. And again, as long as I've got 4 of you who are actually paying attention to this, I'm going to get to the coding soon. So yeah, that's the hope. That's the hope, is being able to make those and show people how to make these. I figure I've got part of it done because I've made one. And I'm really warming to the idea of literally replacing my studio mains with these, which I won't get rid of them. I'll still keep them. The other neat thing about it is how freaking loud, like the NS10s are being driven by 50 watt Channel Islands monoblocks. This is being driven by a Walmart $30 portable speaker. It's literally the same one that Venus Theory did a video about. The tiny garbage quality speaker, except for you'll notice it's not that garbage after all now that you have a good speaker on it. Oop, I even have a little bit more coffee. So if let me see. I mean, if I'm completely discombobulated today, honestly, I'm still doing better than most of the world. So, and by that I mean most of the people in my country, my pathetic, benighted country. Let me set up stream audio in case I need to go and use the restroom. So here's what I was thinking. I would like to bounce over to Coding Stream and make some of my decisions based on monitoring through this speaker. Because what I've been doing is going from the digital output of this retro laptop into the main speaker and then the studio mains. And I can do that. I've done it all day long. Many, many streams. This little thing behind my shoulder is able to completely unmask certain kinds of sounds. I feel like I should make some choices based on that. And that's not how we do it. I do not know why that was not plugged in anymore. Let's find out. How about now? There we go. So yeah, I can now monitor anything that I'm doing in plugin making this way. And what that means is, firstly, I'm going to move some of this stuff around. See how I've got Console X3 available there? I'm looking to do some of that. I'd like to see if I can do something new there. Also, this new plugin that you've never seen before called Susan, there's a purpose to that as well. In fact, let's demonstrate that purpose. So you know I have Dataro. So this is the one that acts kind of like a Zoxbox filter or something, maybe? Oh, give me a second, I gotta fool with the wood stove. I fooled with the wood stove. Last time I fooled with it, I forgot to engage the damper, so this time I did remember to engage the damper.
And they sang just going, welcome home. We're all so glad you're here. Just going, welcome home. We came for this war.
So it does seem to be able to get that ear-piercing resonant quality that a Zoxbox filter can get. So I was talking with a guy in KVR who was saying, that's still a biquad filter. You're saying it's not a biquad filter anymore. It's a state variable filter, but it's still a biquad filter because the biquad means this and that and thus. Turns out he was a person like me. He just has slightly better math. He is another college dropout even. He's writing a book. And I was like, no, thank you. I didn't know that. And it's interesting to find out. And yeah, tell me more. And we started a little conversation there on KVR on the Dataro thing. And I was like, cool, I stand corrected. Now I know that that's just also a biquad. Maybe what I'll do is, he mentioned something about, yeah, we'll call it filter Suzanne. And he was working on a Moog style. And I went, well, but what if I took the Toro and just made two of them instead of one? And then what if I, rather than subtracting mid, because you got low, band, and high, and what I was doing was saturating band, but then subtracting it from low, and that's what gave you the sound of Totoro. But what if I instead saturated band, in fact maybe even saturated it more, but then added it to low instead of subtracting it? Then you would get a form of distortion rather than anti-distortion, but it would be only on the resonant peak, so maybe that would act a little bit more like a Moog filter. And using, because he was talking about how using 2 layers of it was closer to what the Moog filter actually was, and I was like, okay, I can do that. I'll do 2 layers of it. Let's see what that sounds like. And so now we're going to see what that sounds like on a piece of music. And find out whether it sounds anything like a Moog filter. Okay, we'll pad it so it's not clipping. I don't know if that's exactly like a Moog filter, but pad it even more. And that's what it sounds like because it's saturated. So maybe the next thing to do is figure out how much saturation it wants. Because you make a Moog filter self-oscillate, it doesn't actually clip as hard as this. So that's already a useful something that I have learned from this new speaker, is that although I can go into a full-on clippage, maybe for this, what I'd like to do, we'll fire it up and get into actually coding it, and then we can enjoy the end result, is pad it. So if we pad it the same way as the previous one, or maybe we'll pad it even more. So this would be padding it and reconstructing it each time. That's how we're stacking it up. But it's not going nearly as loud as before. Wood stove just made a noise. And if I build this, I get to see what that did. So where I was going with that was, we're making this thing, and I tried it and I was like, well, that seems cool, except for that when it went into the super resonant mode, it sounded too heavily distorted. I've just cut back the amplitude of the distortion quite a bit, possibly too much. Maybe I don't need to go as hard as this. Or maybe there's 2 separate settings for it. I don't honestly know. Also, I've lost my ability to click on this part, so I'm going to have to change that. And I've lost my ability to remember which bit I was doing. There we go. Yeah. It's only 1:30 in the morning, but this could be a very messy, like, if I'm the biggest mess of today, I count that a super hard win. I was on Blue Sky this morning and saw some of the worldly news, and it's hard to do a live stream under these conditions. I just like to curl under my blankets and hide. But one of the things I can do is show up and do the live stream as if everything wasn't going bad. And here's the thing that I can test is what happens when we do this. So does that now sound wrong? To be a feeding back Moog filter. Because we can make it totally feed back. But that doesn't mean it sounds right. But maybe I can fool with it more, so we're doing the wild experimenties. If the initial stage did the filter, but then subtracted band, not sine band, just band. That's going to be something. What that should be is trying to cut back the amplitude there. Then if I used this part to heighten the distorty aspects, and this gets to be low plus a distorted band, we're kind of adding it back again in a way where it's going to distort more easily at that resonant frequency. But it's being cut previously. Let's see if this goes too far. Because again, we're stacking them, but we're gain staging the things that are distorting and how they're distorting. And if I can make this work, I have some familiarity with what Moog filters sound like when you just turn up the resonance all the way and play them like an oscillator. And they don't sound like big old square waves or soft, dirty waves. They sound different. So I want to find out what happens there. And this is a fine way to find out, but this is also very useful using this new speaker because it's exposing some of these things better than I'm used to. I'm padding real hard. There's that. Okay, that is getting me because there's two of them, it is getting me a very aggressive resonance. That's expected. The way that it's being assembled into an output sound maybe is not entirely there. Maybe it's getting to be there because we're doing the first one and then we're subtracting band straight up just to pad it a little bit. and then we're engaging it the second time around with the distortion. So I wonder. The resonancy of it is so much that it's causing the paper to crackle a little bit, which is not necessarily a bad thing. So what happens if we distort this openly? And then I'm trying to decide whether to use all of band A this way. Also, another possibility I was considering was subtracting the first layer of band A, or adding the first band A rather than band B. So that would look like this. So if subtracting band A was still correct, we're subtracting it, then we're adding a distorted version of it. Or if we wanted to be real freaky, we could do it twice. So gain staging now means this first stage is Totoro again, but overdriving harder. And then the second stage is the opposite of Totoro, and it's directly overdriving the band pass and allowing it to be there. So we've got two stages, and the stages are going into each other in an interesting way. And I'm figuring out what that's going to do. Technically, I could also save that and reuse it. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to, because it'll be, well, it's probably cheaper than running it twice. I can, however, simply run it twice. We'll do that. So here's our little back and forthy one, where we have twice the amount of saturation and gain in the resonance thing. And that could be tweaked as well, but we're going to hear what it sounds like at full crank, and then we can find out what it does elsewhere. Okay, I kind of like that. We're patting it way down. So again, maximum distortion. No resonance this time. So if we only do that, then we don't actually get to... Well, hang on, no. It's still being calculated and it's still being run. That's the thing. This is still being calculated. It is still being run. We're not actually crossfading between that. It's the actual resonance factor that's being manipulated by that. So the same trick that we're doing here is functional even when reso is completely off.
Can't be sad. Let's get this party started. 'Cause there's chaos to
Heck with this. Let's throw out on some chords. Or synthesizer noises. I bet I've got some of those too. I do believe I could use this. It's going to do both of them. That's fine. Probably. Okay, so that's at a lower volume level too. So if that's a Moog style filter cutoff with no resonance, and we start adding resonance, pat it a little bit. So yeah, the question becomes, is that like a filter? Is that like a Moog filter? I think it has something going for it anyhow, even if it's not exactly the right thing. Yeah, I kind of like the acidy character of the edge of that one. Painful though it be. Goes into distortion. So that's starting to go a direction I like. Pretty much. Pretty much that's starting to go a direction I like. So what else can I do? Well, one of the things that I could do is make it more closely simulate what Totoro is doing. So if we do low A minus sine band A, that is actually a very aggressive move. Totoro is minus 0.5 band A. Now I wonder what would happen if I stack the, because basically the way this works is each one, also bear in mind that I'm not using band B, I'm just calculating it. Calculating band B is part of being able to produce low B. So it is important, but we're not using it directly. Actually, you know what? I could get really creepy with this. band A and band B are somewhat interlinked. I will have both of them. Let's do a thing that probably no one has been dumb enough to do before, which is subtract sine band B from the first stage. Not the second, the first. We're doing it all backwards up in here. I want to see what happens when you do this. In theory, this will be sharpening the band pass, but in a weirdly indirect way. I couldn't actually tell you what I think is going to happen, but I'm very interested to see what does happen, even if I can't really predict what I figure is going to happen. And of course, we can always start dialing them back like Totoro does. Because in a realistic way, this shouldn't work, but what we're doing is kind of applying, like, in a sense, putting band B in there is not doing anything, except for it also is, because putting it there means it's getting into the calculation of stage B. Well, let's quickly see what it did. Take Reso down. Oh, very interesting. We've canceled out the feedback that way. How interesting. But we've left a whole bunch of color. That's just canceled out the feedback. So that's not exactly what we wanted to do, but it's a very interesting result. So if we weren't adding band B, we'd be running low A directly into the second stage of the filter, which is now subtracting, or no, it is adding distorted version of sine A. And that's part of what we're hearing. But then when we subtract band B, which we're not listening to directly, it cancels it out, doesn't it? It made everything a lot more colorful and beefy, didn't it? That's very interesting. So yeah, and this is a perfectly fine audio for doing it with. If we subtract everything we were doing was giving us way too high distortion and everything was getting really obnoxious. If we subtract band B from stage A, just on input sample, we're not altering the behavior of either of these filters themselves, but we're affecting the behavior of passing stage A to stage B. And in fact, we're enhancing it a little bit, because subtracting sine band B means we're doing the opposite of the sine quality of it. But doing that much of it was able to cut back the feedback completely while leaving a very strong character. So logically, the next thing to try here, seeing as we're running it backwards and inside out, is subtract sine band B times 0.5, which is like Totoro, but it's not Totoro because Totoro is minus sine band A. And we're not doing that, are we? We're feeding that into the second stage of the filter, which is set the same, and we're subtracting the band pass output of that. Let's see what we get. It seems very obvious to me that, and I don't know how much of this it's going to want. Maybe it'll be the golden ratio that it wants, but it seems very obvious to me that if we're getting wildly over the top resonance out of it, but then we can pull it back using this technique, and we're doing the additional layer of filtering, but then we're doing sine band A on the output rather than using band B on the output. And we're saving band B, which doesn't get updated the first time around, so there's going to be an interaction between this and the sample rate as well. Probably not that much of one, but that's where it will kick in. So here we are. And here this is. And let's see what it does now. So in theory, what we just did is it is now turning down by applying a negative signed version of band B, but we're not applying as much of it this time. So it's doing a tutorial-like thing, but we'll probably be able to make the resonance go louder than we did before. Probably. That is a resonance that sounds louder than it was before. In fact, I can turn it back up again. Yeah. So I could make that go louder, but this is getting to where it sounds like what happens when you've pegged the resonance of a Moog filter, which was actually kind of the goal, was to find something to do with this that would sit in that zone. So I feel like that's starting to sound like this is an analog Moog filter that we've turned the reso up too much. Okay, something else weird is happening. It's reacting to resonance in a slightly unexpected way. So which is not to say I don't appreciate what this is doing. In fact, it's kind of interesting. I'm running the addition of the bandpass backwards. There's no denying that. Just for fun, maybe let's play with something else. Or indeed, try something else. First of all, let's go back to that original noise. If this is the best I can do for today, then so be it. We'll see what we can make happen with this bizarre thing. Hopefully the end result will be cool enough that when I let people have it, they'll be excited and enjoy it. There's nothing I like better than coming up with a different sound for like a filter. Like if nobody had a filter that worked quite like this, that would be fun and exciting. I'd like that. Okay, so max reso. Also notice how we still have a waveform, but below a certain point you simply cannot hear what it's doing. It's not doing the sharpest possible filter either, but that's probably fine. Maybe I need to subtract highs as well. Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, it's bleeding through. Like this. That would work. This is definitely catching resonant peaks with a particular kind of squawk to it. Arguably, I'm happy with where this is at. One thing about it, it keeps letting through highs. That might be okay. Not like it has to match anything in particular. Oh, well, if you shut it to 0, it shuts up. Just a little tiny bit. So I don't know if this is actually enough. Just for fun, we can try something else.
Power off.
Let's do the mains again. if I'm wondering what this does relating to down in the extreme low frequencies, maybe I'm isolating away the low frequencies so effectively that the itty bitty speaker can't do them. If the itty bitty speaker can't do them, well, maybe the big ones can. Let's see what we have now. Yeah, maybe. So no filter, lots of lows. Now let's start bringing in reso. Roughly half reso. More. Okay, yeah, we got full reso on tap if we want it. Here it comes again in a moment. So I was definitely able to contain a lot of energy in a low frequency bass resonance because it had my subwoofers thundering. And then if we're using the same thing, but we don't go quite as reso, about halfway. We're getting a certain amount of rumble and crunch out of that. So that's an interesting edge to put on it. I feel fairly confident this is a new thing. I don't know anybody else who would be like combining these in this goofy and unusual, impractical way. Do I have a nice chord sound that I can use with this? I don't think Moderntron cuts it. Well, how about guitar sound? We'll put a guitar in and pretend the guitar is a Moog synthesizer. We'll see what we can make it do. Not DI guitar. New rig. Lots of reso. Okay, so we don't actually get to have low frequency Moog grind if the waveforms are not actually there to cause it. On the other hand, this ain't so bad. That ain't so bad. That could be usable in some way. And you turn down reso to let more of the weight come through. But it never manages to be that steep, does it? And I wonder if I should do something about that. Because it never manages to be that steep, it doesn't act quite like the filter it could be, but we could just go one more level with it and sort of reproduce this behavior, maybe? I don't know. I don't know whether we can reproduce this behavior, but we can try. So when I talk about this, what I'm talking about is adding another layer to it just to see what would happen. So then we have 3 poles of filtering. That will at least make it steeper. Unless it doesn't, we're going to find out what it does. There. So that stuff gets to be the way it is. This gets duplicated again, with all of this stuff being low C instead. But then there's a very big question which arises, which is, now what? Well, if we just straight up only did that, we have additional gain again. If we did the initial one being subtracting sine band C, then that would be running the whole thing in a crazy loop. And we're making the output be low A minus or plus something going on in here. So if then we just reverse what this is doing, that means that becomes, yeah, okay. So we're adding the output of B, and then we're subtracting the output of A times 0.5. And then if we added the output of C, but even quieter. So this could be very goofy. I have no idea what the hell it's doing. I don't know who Susan is, but the guy that I ran into on KVR teaching me about how de Toro is in fact still a biquad used it somewhere. And I was like, oh man, I should name a filter after that. And he was like, I would be honored and deeply amused. Good enough for me. So this weird thing that we're making is named after something a guy was doing. And now we're going to see what this does. So yeah, we're doing effectively the same thing as before. Kinda, sort of, not really. Except it's in 3 stages rather than only 2. I have no idea what to expect. I just know that I'm lining these things up in a goofy and weird way. Let's see what it did. Turn down output just to be sure. Maybe it'll be really damaged. Okay, if we do this, it's a steeper filter. But that's loud. So arguably bits of that weren't working correctly, but that might be a way of getting around the non-steepness of it. Okay, so doing this, and I'm going to have to bounce around between sample kinds. Doing this, we did a thing where we are adding band C, but maybe we should be subtracting it instead, or maybe not even doing anything with it. Maybe it just gets to be... Also, out is becoming increasingly exponential as we go. Maybe this initial stage and maybe both of these stages don't actually want to have out working that way. Maybe it needs to just run like this. Let's see. Let's find out. Now we're subtracting a bunch of things rather than just adding them. And we're going to find out what changed. But now we're not padding with out like we were before. Now out is only doing the literal output of it, but it's not doing the interstage stuff. Okay, are you able to... Okay, it's a quiet little noise, but it's persistent. Well, we don't have any gain level problems anymore. We've got it steeper now, so that's cool. Yeah, we've got very steep cutoff. I think the next thing to do is go back over to the snail speaker. Time to do that. That, however, can be fairly straightforward. First, we'll turn it on again. Oh no, it came out. It came apart.
Power on.
That makes me sad. I didn't want it to come apart.
Bluetooth connected.
There. We should be plugged into itty bitty snail speaker now. I think I like this one. I wonder whether I need to rein it in more aggressively. So the way this is working is we're stacking these three things together, but the way that the bandpass is being brought into each successive stage is weird and counterintuitive and wrong. So the first stage is getting band C subtracted. Now, when we did that in two stages and subtracted it, it made the resonance go away. We've currently got a resonance that's pretty aggressive, and we are currently subtracting sine band C times 0.25. Clearly, the next thing I need to do is find out what we get when we subtract band C times 0.5. If we subtract band C directly, we cancel out the resonance. The resonance doesn't do anything. And our final output is, in fact, band B, which is being added to low C, and it's getting a sign correction, which is giving it that sort of saturated analog-y edge to it. We're running a lot of sines in here, but there's no option because they're each on a different frequency. They're each on a different bandpass. They're just in a peculiar order. And the only reason that's happening is because I thought it might be interesting to try. Let us now see what we got by doing it in 3 stages. The 3 stages is mostly to give it back the steepness of cutoff that it needs to act like a Moog filter, because this thing that I've done to it has made it not have that cutoff as good anymore. Yeah, we're sine maxing, all right. I'm pretty happy with the solidity of that. Okay, I'm going to say that is not taking away all of the resonance anymore. My concern was it was going to take all the resonance away and I wouldn't be able to have it, but that's clearly not true. Time for sine sounds. Or synth sounds, rather. So we're going to filter this. Actually, since we are doing something that acts like it's a saturate-y thing, we're going to crank this way the heck up until it can saturate the filter in order to hear whether this sounds like saturating a Moog or not. And then presumably pull output down a little bit. I am guardedly happy with that. Start adding reso and the amount of fundamental goes away a little bit. Cool, cool. More resonance. You know, I think this might actually be where it wants to go. So does it sound like this is a Moog in self-resonance bouncing around from note to note? Because the bouncing around is going to do interesting things with the way that resonance goes. My future plans are to use it in things. I think that's pretty cool. I'm kind of happy with Susan here, although it's not what I thought it was going to be when I started. But then I told you, working with this little speaker over my shoulder should change everything. I'm not sure how well it's handling those super high frequency ones, though. Okay, lots of reso. Now let's see what happens when we fool with it. I feel like this is a good amount of cutoff for a Mogi style thing. Like right there, that is very much just really sharp cutoff. And indeed, I'm not hearing highs and mids cutting through very much. It's going to let the resonances through. If they're extremely rapid resonances and fluctuate around a lot, that speaker's going to be able to show me it. That was my hope. And again, raw sound. So I'm pretty satisfied with the amount of isolation I'm getting on it. It's got a steep enough cutoff. Okay, that time it went near, but then this time it did not. And this time it did. There we go. So that's a really intense resonance. And then it kind of wandered back off again.
Wow.
That's a pretty vivid filter, that is. I'm not sure I've got a filter that's as vivid as that. And turn it down enough, and it's isolating everything real good. Right on. Because with this thing, I'd be able to hear any high frequencies that leak through. So that part's good. Let's not save that. What else can I play on this with? Oh, this would be fun. Here is a noise that should make an amusing sound. $10 Hz. I feel like it's doing a fairly good job of no reso filtering, but the fun comes when we start resoing. I like how rapidly that bounced through loud resonances and went away again. Nice. I like the way it's hanging onto the resonance more in low frequencies. I didn't expect that, nor did I design it that way. But it's acting like it's doing... Is that a predator noise? I wouldn't know. I have not watched that movie, believe it or not. Cool. So square waves are not speakers' friends, so we're not going to worry about that terribly much. I am looking for anything else I can throw into this that would be amusing. Well, we could measure what it's actually doing. Let's see what it's actually doing. Effect stack. We'll make the poor little laptop be very, very tired again. Because it does not like doing these, but sorry. Sorry, we're just going to do a little bit of this. Oh, God. Okay. That became really loud. What was that about? Okay, at top frequency, we've got some kind of effect going on there. Yeah, weirdness happening. Is that freak? I feel like maybe it shouldn't be, but that might just be what it is. So full reso. Full reso is not your friend necessarily. No reso. It's reacting to noise in an unanticipated way, where we could be distorting really hard all up around the Nyquist frequency. But only when you're slamming full-scale white noise into it and frequency is cranked up all the way. There's our filter slope. That seems like it's going to be basically correct. I'm not sure if that's like regulation Moog filter slope, but that is a filter slope and it does appear predictable. It looks like it's working normally. And you can take it right down to 0, and in fact it is cutting to 160 dB down at 20 Hertz. So that's silence. Filter slope. I'm willing to call that Moog or whatever this is. This isn't necessarily, like, nothing about this is actually specifically Moog. Hey, Grunts. Yeah, doing okay with what we got. Doing okay with what we got. And this is the you're hearing the speaker I was telling you about. Now let's bring in resonance and see what it do. Also, let's adjust this so that I can see more of what resonance would do. Okay. Feel like we're hanging on to a bunch of low frequency stuff, which I'm not sure belongs there. That's not 0 Hertz. That's like 6 Hertz. But something's up with that. Let's continue investigating. Yeah, we are leaving some kind of offset. There might be a way in which this is interacting strangely. I don't know why it would be producing a slight offset. Unless it has to do with the particular sound we have. Like if the white noise is slightly off, maybe that's what's causing this. Let's quickly stop that, apply it and close it. We'll be able to undo without closing. Oh, no, I did close. Dang it. That's not that far off of 0, is it? I wanted to see what that effect stack did, but I closed it before I did anything with it. That's the strong statement. I did some things with it. Hang on. Hang on, I'll get there. I'll probably figure some of this out at some point. Here we go again. So here's our resonance. Here is our total range of behavior. If you take it all the way to the top and you hit it with a lot of loud sound, it can freak out. We can get excessive boost there. Although it doesn't actually snap, it's just misbehaving. So here's what I'm paying attention to. We can do the Sistini resonance on the background of noise. And our noise down here is 132 dB down. But then we have this damn 10 hertz thing going on, and I don't know where it's coming from. Like, it's not actually inside the filter, to my understanding. Maybe I missed something somewhere? Maybe it's a side effect of the way the filter bands are feeding into each other? Like, it's there in the underlying sound. So, no reso and dark. We keep seeing that 10 hertz down there. Let's see how much of a change we can make using reso. So 10 hertz is sitting around minus 36. And now we're starting to not take that away again. Now it's sitting around minus 40. Maybe. Because bear in mind, part of the trick of this one is I'm feeding it with maximum energy on all frequencies at once. And so this might be just a matter of letting stuff through. There's a thing that I can do about that too. Oop. Easy there, son. Don't need to do that. There. Now we can cut down the input value. Let's see what happens when we've got it doing this thing, but we cut down the input value. Okay. And then if we bypass the filter, okay, something's getting stuck in it. That's what. Because we've got our maximum volume there, which can be cut down quite a lot. And then as soon as we disable it, we got our flat sound, and then we get where it was. So So there's something getting stuck in it. Probably because the way my resonance works or something. Let's drop it right down to the lowest possible frequency. Then we take the input driving sound, and information's getting stuck in Susan. Does it go away when I take reso down, now that there's no input gain? I'm not sure. It goes away when output goes down. Okay, so that went down to like about 80 dB down. And we're still at about 80 dB down. And then as we increase reso this much, it seems to sneak up. Maybe this is just a factor of having the resonance go through 3 stages inside out and upside down like they're doing. We're doing full crank reso, but it's 108 dB down, and it only took it up to about 48 dB. Then as you add full crank to it again, we're still at about 48 dB, but it's peaking much higher now. But it made it louder. And we're still hanging out around here. Actually, that made it quieter. So that's only 16 bits down, which is a lot. It's not remove the sound completely. And again, if we intentionally do maximum resonance at about 10 hertz or whatever it is, we do expect there to be a bump down here. We're not doing a roll-off where it takes that away, even though it is subsonic. Even though the audio range is now like 96 dB down because of this roll-off. Or worse, or more. We can make it so the audio range is 160 dB down with the input 16 bits boost because the frequency is at 0. We've got a super hot blast of energy coming in. And now this is pretty much just 20 hertz at full volume, but everything else is rolling down quite effectively. And we're at full reso. Wow, so distortion. I wouldn't mind seeing what the heck that's about. I'm not sure I love it. It's only 18 and 45 dB down. It's sticking to that, isn't it? Is it going to continue to stick to that? Yep. Is that frequency dependent? You think we can expect it to not behave itself terribly well with Reso. Ooh, also I do see that we can at least do this with it. Ooh, interesting. I feel like I have a trim that I can make on this that will help it, because the Toro goes up to a highest frequency range that's quite high indeed. The Toro lets you do this, but it's more graceful because I'm not doing such extreme things with it. One thing about it, I kind of like the shape of that resonant peak. I wonder how much it cramps. Okay, it kind of doesn't cramp, does it? But then you can only go so far with it. So if we apply it just like this, is the whole thing offset? Not so as you'd notice. I think span's just seeing low frequency energy that's barely there. Look, it's not DC offset at all. It's sitting there right at the center. Just for jollies, let's run it on this, because I know this is a thick, dirty sound. Yeah, so we don't want to do reso like that anyway. Cool. bumped it. I bumped it. Let's not knock it off of the stool. One last play with the aux. Consider this to be basically like a sawtooth kind of thingy. Yeah, see, there you go. Sawtooth kind of thingy that's in the bass. We can do this. Cool, cool. I think this, as challenging as it is to test it out and put it through its paces, I think that's basically going to do it. I think we have a Suzanne. I'm also keeping on looking at my wood stove because I don't think my wood stove is finishing its work. So let's address that, shall we? Oh, hello. It's being a little picky. But wait, you can do this. Works with subwoofers too.
Power off.
Might as well just power it off for a moment. So without using the incredibly penetrating, aggressive sounding one, we wind up getting slightly different sounds. It is Susan. Susan requests that you not give her names of transient shaper and such. A feedback oscillator, however, might be within Susan's I do. Let me throw another log on my fire and then I will show you more of the speaker and then we'll use it for something else. The thing about that speaker is quite a lot about dynamics. Quite a lot. Okay, this is probably all the firewood I need for today, which is good. very soon. Like in a week, it should be quite hot, actually. Yeah, so regarding this speaker,
Power on. Bluetooth connected.
yeah, so you've heard many of these songs before, heard lots of different things. I can throw on, I don't know, let's get bold. We'll try Alien Kittens. Yeah, it's a Walmart on speaker for power. The actual speaker driver is the one I was talking about. So here is Alien Kittens through the studio mains, which include a subwoofer. And you're thinking of it in terms of like, how am I going to balance all of these things? Are my hi-hats too loud? How is the snares and things? Can I hear into this in such a way where it would really show me what I'm doing? Well, plug in this weird speaker and play again. It doesn't do the bass as good. But it's kind of showing you what that bass is doing as far as getting in the way. And how everything else is balanced. And this is actually sort of a torture test because there's almost nothing in the mid-range for it. It's just balancing its lowest lows and its highest highs against each other in a rather awkward and difficult way. But if we picked something else that was also familiar, you've heard this a million times before.
Very strange. They were watching ponies on the New York Stock Exchange.
And we can also do a different thing. I know, let's do this. Quick little doing the same thing as on a recent video. Don't mind me, I'll be with this momentarily. And then I gotta add clip only 3. And then we're going to apply it and close. So watch what happens to the waveform. This is now what was playing on the clip only 3 video. And if we ran through the speakers, it would sound much like that. But on this, especially as I padded just a little bit, you should be able to more clearly hear where that clipping ceiling came in spite of the fact that it is clip only 3. So it's mostly doing it just the same.
Stock Exchange. Will they all join their hand?
And when we undo it,
Plays on the New York Stock Exchange. Will they all?
totally different. But you know, if you used a full speaker with trebles and bass and all of that kind of stuff, even though it sounds like it's a fairly similar thing, it would hide the degree of clip sealing that was in there. So yeah, DK for real, I have no idea what you mean by that. But I have ideas of things to do, so let's try to do some of the things to do. Get out of there. We're going to call this as close to done as I need to. Being a little bit weird, but that's fine. This ended up working fine. I'm going to call that finished. So one of the things I was thinking to do is something that has to do with some of these reverbs I'm working on. You know how we've got the background room noise in these and all? I have a final trim to do. And that is this darken amount, which is not necessarily 0.24, which would make the halfway point be, and the weird thing about this is going to be affecting the output of it in a way that happens to the extreme highs that this speaker might not necessarily reproduce. So I'm very curious as to what's going to happen. I don't know what this is going to do. Be cool if I did, but I don't, so here we go. We'll bring the new component in. We're going to do our usual reverb testing sound. I'll loop this section. And let's hear what we hear out of our K Rockstar, knowing that this is no longer dry wet. We're getting 100% wet. But we're dialing in a sound, much like lots of other sounds are going to be dialed in using different reverbs so I can get different effects. The thing about this, though, and I'm already noticing one change, which is that when I run this off of the driver for the DA converter, if you send that driver's audio directly to the converter through digital, it's fine. If you run the electrical output of that converter, because it has a little bitty headphone jack, it makes audible noise on this. And I'm not getting it off of the Ancient Mac. Probably because the Ancient Mac has really good sound reproduction stuff. So there's our Rockstar reverb. We don't actually get to stop it and let it die away, but that's fine. But what we're going to do is see if we can dial in the highs. Let's make it do this. I feel like I am getting a slight change in distance, but it's not very clear over this. This is not really designed for supersonics. Slightly too deep. Slightly too shallow, maybe? Oh, too deep again. Yeah, that sounds basically like the stuff is coming from the same direction. There's more to do here as well. I can do that during the remainder of the day. There's additional stuff I could do with this. Big sounding reverb. Lots of rumble, lots of noise. We can select a different section just for funsies. And see what we get there. And now let's see whether we can pick out that room tone. No would be fine though. Yeah, that's getting down to nice and quiet. I had it about 72 dB down, and that seems such a... Now, a noise. And let's make the noise different again. And now just a very low frequency blurb. Now it sounds kind of like the seashore or something. But we're going to call that ready. Except for it's not, because there's a bunch of more stuff that I need to do with it, but I can work on seeing whether I can get that going. Ugh.
Power off.
Power off. And if we were doing that with the subsonics available, it acts kind of like this. Oop. Won't let me do that. Aha. So here's what I'm doing here. As long as I'm fiddling with it, I'm going to try to make it snap to, there we go, a zero crossing. And that way we're only getting the giant reverb wash. And then I'm going to do only the lowest of low frequencies. And then I've got my value 0.4, so that's all I need to do there. That's how it's going to end up being, so I got to work out that calculation now. Jonathan is mistaken. My dear friend and valued fan, but still mistaken. None of these social media things are good. The only good thing about Blue Sky is that it gets you to actually log off more often. And it's not sucking you into horrible mind rot as much. People will call things like ideas mind rot. You're being poisoned, you're being propagandized. It is most deftly crafted too. 0096. So again, I'm not completely done with this. I've got more. But we just did this part. This is the special value that I was just adjusting. And I think that seems about right. I think we got it. So the stuff that remains is up here. I need to do something like this. So I've written instructions for what it's going to need to be. I've written instructions for what I'm going to need to do. I'm not certain that I'm actually going to be able to do that thing, but I can try. Nothing wrong with giving it a try. What on earth is that there for? Oh, it went away. I do not know why Xcode was suddenly showing me a blank slab on top of my stuff, but it was not really there. So here's what we're doing. LD3A through G are my wraparound times. They are the settings for which these must be made. Early is the array where I'm drawing these values from. I essentially need to make it so that LD3 only updates when it's needed. And technically, we're updating start each time, so I could continue to refer to this value and see whether it's the correct value or not. And then this is the part that I'm going to be bringing in, but it doesn't really have a place right here. This is blanking each of those tanks. So the idea is to watch for when the value that we're on has reached 0. Only then do we blank the entire range and start it over again with a new delay time. Because early reflections is running these delay times, and I want it only to be blanked when the sound has reached a silence, so that we can feed in new sound as there's limits to all of this. Like if I blank it at a point where the information going into it is on a high swing, like there's a bass transient happening, there will be a click that doesn't belong there. But that's better than what we've got now, which is just updating it and then not even overriding the stored stuff in the arrays. Instead, it's leaving everything in the arrays if you're making it smaller, and then if you have silence going through the reverb and you change early, it'll make a boom, it'll make a noise. What I'm looking at is the same as is in the reset function. I can run this at any point, and what it's going to do is blank that area out completely, whether it's be a large one or a small one, it'll blank that out completely, and then we start over. That's pretty much all I want to do when the value for early reflections changes. But I don't want to run if the value of early reflections changes, then literally all of these go completely blank and silent. I'd like to smooth it out in such a way where there is some hangover, where there's some interaction, where it'll continue to make a sound. Because if you were altering this early business, and I'll be able to test it out quite nicely with like the sine wave. A bassy sine should do this very well. Honestly, I could demonstrate the problem I'm trying to solve rather than just sort of talking around it. So let's demonstrate that. That'll probably do it. So let's see, what do we got? Oh, well, I have one problem, which is I have not brought it into its new home yet. So what I have to do first is build. And then I have to bake this back out again because I did it a little bit too early. And I have to build. And then I have to bring this into the place that it needs to be. And in theory, that'll work. It may be incorrect. We'll find out. There, sine, reverb. Now, if we move position, so we're trying to make it not do this. As amusing as it is. Because you see, if I can modulate position, it can be used in, say, the Godot game engine. Or I could demo it in such a way like I could have footsteps moving around and animate that, and then it would make the footsteps appear to be coming from different places. That said, this is not necessarily an easy thing to do. But we're checking this a new time each time. So I could simply refer to this. Also, that's going to be that it better be where am I instantiating these for the first time? This is the counters, but where am I instantiating these for the first time? I feel like maybe I'm not. Well, that's no bueno. We've instantiated early. If I don't instantiate these at least once, bad things will happen. Let's assume we're doing it, what was it, 27? Our largest size is 27. So, yeah. Start's biggest value gets to be 27. It'll be there. So then I can fill this in with just raw numbers. 27. This becomes 28. 29. Yeah, so we're starting with everything blanked. Because that's the same code as this. This is the blanky code. Not in the sense of it being a blanket, but in terms of making early be silent. This is the stuff inside early. This is the audio inside early. And this is supposed to be giving me my default value. So let's jump back to here. And how many instances do I actually have in early? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This should be fine. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. That's within the range of 36, so this should be safe. It should be safe to work. So we're guaranteed to have a value in here. Then here's where we have a new cycle coming in, a new buffer to process. And here's where we might have a number that isn't 27, because it's start, and start is get parameter k param b. So the way this is arranged, let's make sure that we had it right. Yeah, the funny arrangement of these is because it's not just side to side and up to down. It's following a pattern. That should still honor the pattern, so we should be good. This will also honor the pattern, but I gotta fool with it a little bit. So each of these blanks one of these categories. Let's go down here and make some space for all this. I'm going to need to put a switch statement in there. And I'm also going to need to track the amplitude of some of these things. I need to find what the output volume is of the delay. I don't know if it makes any sense. I guess I can keep track of louder noises and trust it for that. One thing I know about it is that it's possible to have these never have both sides be silent, but I can manage that in a way by adding them together and comparing to that. And technically, I don't need the switch statement. I maybe don't need the switch statement. I'm tempted to put some of these things in their proper places right now, though. So here's where we update these. Those no longer sit there anymore. We now start updating these where they belong. See, it's version A, and then we update the max value of A, and then we go there. But this is all going to be contained within some kind of check. And I'm not going to be referring to X for that check. Instead, it's going to be referring to something having to do with where that buffer actually is. Let's do the next part that I can figure out. B. See, it's A3BL, and then it's LD3B. It's going to have the start numbers randomized, but that's fine. Let's see, E comes after D. I can do some of these things. I can spell. F. H is there. We're not there yet. F for D3F times 2, la la la, very good. G. Okay, so these each need to get called independently. They need to be called when the output sample of these sections are gonna basically be silence. But ideally, both of them be silence. Now that'll happen when the sound going into it is like, I don't know, a drum sound between drum hits. That'll make it be quiet. If it's a mono sound, then there can be a waveform, and the waveform will be crossing silence repeatedly. If it is a stereo sound that was like a quadrature oscillator where one channel would be a sine and then the next channel would be that sine like 90 degrees revolved, it will never, ever, ever have both of those be zero at the same time. So I don't love that, but we can find a way to work with it. Because that'll make it so that the earlies never get silenced again. But that might not be that fatal, because then, well, you wouldn't be able to update the early reflection position ever. But if you did, all it would do is make unpleasant noises like I was seeing before. And that's the part I'm trying to make go away. And it doesn't technically have to be a switch statement, but a switch statement will check each of these individually. And they don't actually have to be zero. If they had to be zero, it would be much less likely to get there. They're going to be less than Fab's output of the array, lower than a certain number. And again, this is the early reflection section, so this is much more conditional on what the input stuff is doing. It's not part of the regeneration. The delay, the reverb hanging on, isn't going to affect this. This is much more, is the input be in silence? Is the output be in silence? I technically could check both of those things at once. Don't mind me staring into my fire. And who can blame me? Although on the bright side, I got a couple of decent things done today. And we're trying to do an even more important thing. If I can get this working, it becomes part of all the reverbs going forward. That would be nice. I'd really like to have this working better for all things. Right now, you heard what the early was doing. I'm not happy with that. But it's fairly easy to at least do something useful about it. And the silencing stuff that I'm doing will also help. Looks like I only have that many of those too, so I think I'm bumping my speaker by accident. Let's not do that. Dang it, some of the stand broke. Oh, that was falling off. Some of the stand broke, see? That broke, it came off. Don't love that. I'll do my best. Seems appropriate for today that this thing's breaking and falling apart even while I sit here watching. Also, oh, and the power cables fell off too. If it ain't one thing, it's another. That at least was not fatal. It did not break it, even if it shorted out its little wires. That wouldn't break it because it's not on. But if this crap doesn't stick, I don't see why I should bother with it. Let's not have that if it doesn't stick. Let's take it off. Or let's take off this one of it. This stinks and is no good. It didn't do what I needed it to do. It's going to be thrown away. I'd love to figure out more about that speaker. I really would. I'd love to figure out more about that speaker, but I just wish I could play you my records through it. It sounded really informative through the records. I would have to be killing my stream to do that. I'm not sure I'm willing to go that far. I want a set of those. I want a set of those for my studio mains. Now that I've made one, even in a limited fashion, because I squinched it a couple of times accidentally in the process of making it, so it's not optimal. And it's very delicate that way. But if I did them up properly, and I have most of the materials to do it, I'd have much better studio mains than the NS10s. They wouldn't go up in frequency as far, but they would be much better. It is, however, worth experimenting with, like, can I make that better? I don't know what you mean, DK. I do not understand you, sir. So, I'm going to be comparing some of the outputs, but it looks like I'm going to be using GHI and ADG to compare for whether my audio is silent or not. And you know what? The bits that I'm silencing are scattered throughout this entire matrix. So technically, I'll be looking at different buffers in different places of the... I still don't understand what you're talking about, DK. Forgive me, you said the words military aircraft, and that made me not happy today. I need to blank these buffers, and they could be scattered throughout, but regardless of where they are in the buffer, if they are close to 0, and maybe I can do it separately for left and right. That would be wild. Ooh, no, I can't, can I? Not quite. I've got a better chance of doing this than I thought. But there's still a limit to how well I can do it because they're scattered throughout and serving different purposes. The thing I'm setting them to is still actually going to be the correct thing. I need to do the rotating buffer now. The switch statement. I mentioned a switch statement. I scrolled all the way up here. Now we're down here. So this is the continuing rotating buffer statement for how long they are, and we're altering the length of the buffers on the fly. There is one further thing to do. Early 0 will count through the range of the buffers, and it's counting which one to calculate on any given moment. And we're no longer doing derez, so it doesn't necessarily have the ability to destroy what this is. Up to here. Wow. Early is, okay, no, that is a variable. I was like, it's a C reserved word? No, it's not. And that definitely is not. Early 0 equals 0. So what's going to happen is we're going to do a switch statement. Up, and that's not right at all. 0 plus plus. And A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. So we got 9. Yeah, it's 3 by 3. It's 9. Of course it's 9. So if we do this, and then early 0 is going to be cycling every time through. So I can make a switch statement that goes to each of these sections only when it catches up with what early 0 is doing. I don't remember whether you literally call it switch. I can look that up in another plugin. I know I did this in other places. Again, I'm not inclined to be rough with myself for falling apart in big chunks at times like this. I'm just doing my little side of the world to the best of my ability as long as I still can. Ah, these have switch statements, don't they? There's one. Yeah. Okay, so I do have it that way, and then we gotta... There's the break. Sometimes I don't remember the break. Jonathan, in fact, I am going to do a format filter thing, but it's not going to be called Dalai Lama, nor is it going to try to duplicate everything about Dalai Lama. No, not beak, break. Brag. And there's going to be an if statement here as well, otherwise it's just going to be silence. No, although that's a decent Bob Dylan song. Ooh, interesting. Look at you. You didn't go to the right place, did you? It wants to be like this. There we go. Pretty sure that break's going to have to move. Because there's an if statement that we don't necessarily run. I wonder if I can check with regard to left or right here. I'm not, well, no, technically I suppose I can, can't I? But I'm not sure how much good it'll do. Ooh, but no, that wouldn't work. It wouldn't work, sorry, never mind that part. Something to be said for going, nope, that's never going to work. I don't even need to begin doing it. It's guaranteed it's never going to work. Save me a little bit of time that way. Okay, 0, 1, 2. Break is also, no, break is in the right place. I stand corrected. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 0 through 8. So if early 0 becomes larger than 8, we put it back to 0 again. Oh, Jonathan. Would that I lived in the world where somebody jacking and ripping off Delay Llama was the extent of not right. That said, I ain't going to do something like that. Seems lame to me. I don't want to do that. Ew. Yeah, let's not. There we go. So now we've got a thing built. This will actually work. It's just going to be constantly silencing it. So there needs to be a further level of logic. There needs to be a level of logic regarding, is LD3A already equal to early start plus 3? Because if it's not, that's when we make it be the new value. So we're going to be comparing that, aren't we? So we can do a thing called a thing like this. And we can make a lot of space in this if statement for what we're going to need to do. And maybe pretty printed out nicely, like this. We're already squinching the stuff together a little bit. decay is resonating through many different possible concepts, clearly. Bada-boom. So that's the value that's supposed to become the one that it needs to when you've got a new sound. Here we've got the silency thing. We are not actually checking for any degree of silence on input or output yet. What's going to happen is there's going to be an ampersand there, meaning that it's checking for if LD3 is needing to be made to a new thing. And then what it's going to do is check to see whether the input is silence and the output is silence for A3AL and A3AR. Probably what I'm going to do is just take all of those, add all the absolute values together. So ABS input sample L plus ABS input sample R plus ABS A3AL plus ABS A3AR, and I'm going to be using what the current setting is for it. And if all of those things are close enough to 0, and it's not necessarily going to be 0, it might be like if all of those things together, and we can add them all up maybe, meaning that every single one of those is like quieter than 6 dB down, that might be enough. Or quieter than all of the noise involved in that part of the system together is like quieter than 30 dB down, say. Like 6 dB would be 0.5, and then 12 would be 0.25, 0.125, and so on and so on. The smaller that number gets, the less likely it will be to actually update the sound. But the more likely it'll be to quietly transition to the new setting. And that's the goal here. Even if it can't happen all at once, the goal here is to make the earlier reflection setting update itself, even if you're doing it on the fly, which is not normally something that I get to do with these. But I want to have that available. Ooh, also, speaking of things being available, clearly I can do a little bit more in the way of wood stove. I've not run out of firewood yet. We're not out of firewood yet. I'm going to still have firewood by the time it gets to be 80 degrees next week. And then who can say, it might end up being freezing again after that. That's because we're ruining the climate of the world in various ways. I didn't do the damper, so I let some carbon monoxide in. Funnily enough, the Vermont State Housing Authority has demanded that I have carbon monoxide monitors. So now I have carbon monoxide monitors. Y'all can be happy in the concept that I have slightly more protection against bad things happening to me. But there's a good thing that's about to happen, which is I'm going to thaw out some cheese for my tacos. I'll be right back. Okay, that counts as coming right back for today. Blue. Okay. This is not so shabby. I'm getting some things done here. Let's maybe do the rest of these little steps. Like this and this. Part of how this works is it is slowing down the extent which it has to grind and do stuff. And that may be worth something. We'll get through this bit by bit. I'm happy to see that that part works. I basically just have to take it and check to see if it needs updating. Then each of these are going to get updated in turn according to their needs. I could do with straightening out some of these things though. There. The rest of it seems fine. You know what? Let's scooch these together. We don't really need to have that be all in its own line. That can follow the whole if statement, because by the time we're done with the if statement, we're done. Bit by bit, this will get done. If I do it methodically, I might just be able to get through with it. There we go. I'm not doing all of this at the same time, apparently. That's okay. As long as most of it makes a reasonable amount of sense, I can get through. I'll go back and do the bits I left out. There we go, and here's the bits I left out. There's the first one. Alrighty, so there's that part of it. So we can fairly easy, knowing that this is a switch and is only going to go run once. So I should think China would appreciate certain things about me. For one, I use huajiao peppers in my cooking quite often. Szechuan peppers are the bomb. They're awesome. So I use those and hot pepper for a chicken stir-fry thing that I make quite a lot. As much as I can anyhow. I've had to cut back on some of those things because I can't afford meat. My doctor wants me to not eat rice, which is very frustrating because it's like I can afford rice. DK, I have no idea what you're talking about again. And so maybe a variable. So no matter what I do, I know I'm going to be wanting to check that. Therefore, we can use that and go from there. I could also update this not inside the if statement. And by the time we're finished here, we've done everything, so we can ignore what we had. So my question becomes, where are we reading the output of each of these? We've got a delay line. We've got 9 little delay lines, and each of those have a left and a right version. What's the number we're checking on? It's this, I think. Yeah, it's this. So when we go HA, that is part of a householder matrix being passed on to the next section, which means that I see a problem. I see a problem. We're putting new information in, but then we're updating it one, and then using this little figure to check So every time we go through here, each one of these, like the new thing that goes into the array, it's getting stuff like HB plus HC times -2 plus HA. That's putting new things into an array. What I want to be doing is checking what comes out of that array. That's not quite as simple, because we have a fixed number there. But then we go plus plus, and we wrap if it overflows. And then the new value becomes what's here. So that kind of sucks. In theory, I could get the output value out because I know it's always going to be just one further along. These are all adjacent samples, so does it matter that much? Maybe it does. I mean, if I wanted to be really tedious, I could just iterate through the entire array and make sure that nothing in there was actually a high value. If the entire array is close enough to 0, then we can switch away from it and blank it. But then we wouldn't need to blank it because it would be already blank. So that doesn't matter. There's going to be a correct way to do this. I know that at least blanking stuff when the input is close enough to 0 was going to help, if nothing else. Ooh, also, okay, check this out. We're overwriting this, right? We are overwriting this by A3DL, C3DL. C3DL is the thing that counts across the delay over and over and loops. So it's going to be in a position. Now, I might not be able to deliver literally the last output it would produce as we continue to work through these early reflection things, but you know what I can very easily produce is the next to last. Because every place here, A3DL, C3DL, which we're about to overwrite with something, we're about to overwrite it with something, but if there's any waveform in there, it's going to be one sample removed from whatever that waveform is. That's handy. That suggests that I could straight up use it just as it is. And it looks very much like the counter matches the delay line. So it looks like I don't even have to do anything that fancy at all. So let's just pretend that we can do this. Maybe it's even true. Parenthesis is your friend. Sometimes parenthesis is your friend. Oh, for heaven's sake. That super wasn't what I meant to do. Let's try that again. There we go. And I screwed that part up again too, but that's only a matter of parenthesis, isn't it? Why does this look the way it does? Okay, that's in the fab statement. That's in the fab statement. That looks like it would just about work. Okay, so for every place in this case statement, I add one of these, and each of these is tracking the position of those places in both of those arrays. As we send audio signals through them, they're going to be oscillating back and forth between positive and negative, meaning that at some point, input sample L, input sample R, and then whatever is in these arrays that we're blanking will all be close enough to 0 that you could blank them and not notice a difference. Jonathan, this time I have no idea what you're talking about. Let's start filling these up. I've had worse streams. There have been times when people showed up who were intentionally trying to get my goat rather than just being giant derps. Nothing wrong with my fans being giant derps. I love it. Excellent, I say. So A, L, and AR. Wait, what am I looking at? Okay, I think I just picked the wrong thing. That's harmless enough. It's actually A, L, and R I want here because this is the A section. So we're checking the one that we're going to blank to see if it's close enough to blank. Good, good, fair enough. And the C3AL is also going to be what that needs to be updated to, isn't it? Yes, it is. Alrighty, BL is next. And again, if I do this, it's the one that's about to be written over, meaning it's one sample away from what it was supposed to be. Oh, I heard about that. What's his name had a video on it today. CL. Do you not know Kanye West? Kanye West is not exactly a musician. There's kind of a lot going on there. Yeah, we're not Ricciardo, but what's the guy's name? What's the guy's name? Melon. His name is Melon. At least that much I know. Melon had a video about it. Anthony Fantano. That's what Melon's name is. I was trying to remember his name. Again, I'm continuing to work and function. Being able to do so well is maybe a little to ask some weeks. We will do what we can. All of y'all out there, do what you can. You guys should have been paying closer attention to what Kanye has been doing. Can you trust that, though? Can you trust that? What if he wanted to tour Germany? Can you trust that he says, oops, my bad? Like, you know, suddenly one week he goes, oops, my bad, I'm taking my meds, I'm fine. Supposing you're Germany, what do you do? What I do here is I'm now almost ready to do the next bit. So early floor is going to be less than some value if this is going correctly. And if I copy and paste that in the correct place, I might actually be done. We'll see whether this worked. That's super not the right thing. Hang on. What the hell was that? Let's copy that and see whether maybe this is the right thing now. What do we got? Okay, better. So if I can look sharp and see what this actually says, and I can read, then maybe I can finish doing this bit. That would be nice. I'd like that. And if this works really well, then I can continue to make it more stringent and get there. Ooh, also I don't need this open anymore. All this was there for was me checking on something. So let's see. Build. Okay, and there's no particular reason not to just go really hard and do this loudly and see if it does the thing I'm expecting. So back to the long sign. Over the big speakers and everything. Although the smaller one might actually be correct. I don't hear any scrunching, and it seems to be running quite happily. But is this an illusion, or did it actually work? Let's find out whether short for echo does anything. That should be equally challenging. What do we got? Back wall. Oh, it would help if I had dry wet. Back wall. Medium. Close. But that's easy mode. That is a drum track. We can go hard mode. We can go the guitar. Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out, I'm not hearing any scrunching, but I'm not sure it's updating everything correctly. Back wall. Front. Back. I feel like that's working well enough that I can make it be more lenient. Let's give that a try. $25 is 12 dB down. And again, it may very well be that everything else is even quieter, but this is the maximum possible added noise to come in. That's early floor, so it has to be lower than this to be able to run this. Otherwise, we continue to wait for our chance for silence to occur, at which point we blank everything and continue going. Let's see how well that worked. I do at least have a fairly good feeling that I can use this for all future reverbs and they will make the early stuff be automatable, because the whole point is being able to bring this into something like Godot and update early on the fly with like game player positions. I may even be able to test that if I can make a sound that is like a footstep and then make a test file with that. That is just possible. Okay, so back to our big sign. I think it was working. So I would be hearing scrunching from this if it was not working. Bear in mind, Grins, that's a comic book. And the dude who wrote it was not writing it as a, The dude who wrote it was not writing it as an instruction book to follow. That guy's a villain. Comedian was meant to be a villain. I understand. Meanwhile, I'm going to say that's very effective at not making unpleasant scratchy noises. So far, so good. Got at least that going for us. So we can at least, whatever else goes on, we can have a cool sounding thing. Is Monotron stereo? Yes, it is. It's stereo and it's legato, so it's another most difficult challenge. Back wall, front wall. Some of this I might be hearing the sound of it. Oh, I know exactly what I should do here. Heck with that, let's go to the synth tones and the Rhodes. Rhodes is going to be completely unforgiving of screwing this stuff up. Rhodes is going to be completely unforgiving of this. It'll expose any problem I'm having. Sometimes that's what you want. Reverb, engage. Plenty of regen, so I'll be able to hear any grainy sounds that happen. Back wall. It's faking me out a little bit because I'm feeling this noise in there, which I'm not sure is exactly what I intended. Maybe parts of this aren't working as well as I thought. I don't rightly know. back wall, front wall. So I wonder whether I've accidentally got my noise completely out of whack. Jonathan, I dare say it would be exactly like when people did not want to play Wagner. About as literally when people did not want to play Wagner as you could possibly get. Okay, so this is interesting. Now I am wondering why I'm hearing more in the way of noise than I was expecting. As I feel like as much as I'm doing that, I'm not confident that that's what I had in mind. Nor do I feel that I could do that and get away with it, so maybe... As far as the whole, my take on that is perhaps somewhat subtler. To some extent, I think it has to be personal. To another extent, I think certain people are more capable of artistic statements that align with their own personal darkness. Consider how well Kevin Spacey has played villains. Kevin Spacey apparently has a bunch to answer for. But you have him playing the villain in Seven, and it is terrifying and incredibly gripping and challenging. It's possible for people to play roles in fiction that they carry an enormous amount of authority with because it echoes something inside them that should remain fiction and doesn't. Does that make the art invalid? What if the art is only able to reach its final ultimate form if the person exemplifies the villainy that they are pretending to represent in fiction? It's nothing like the real thing to get your attention. Ooh, I forgot to do all of these. Tell you what, let's put these back, because I felt like I was beginning to hear the motion of the control show up, and I don't like that. That is probably a demanding enough thing. It does seem to be able to find new settings, so there's that. You're not supposed to be running full continuous sound in there. You're supposed to be running individual sounds, such as like if you were simulating footsteps. Jonathan, are you making that up? Oh man. Are you fooling me with that? If you're not joking, I believe you. But yikes. Yikes on spikes, like I say on Blue Sky a lot. Like maybe you don't get to do that. Maybe that's asking a little bit too much. Maybe you being you, it's like the women who are trying to be cast to the part of Catwoman. Like maybe if your qualifications for playing the villain are that you really should be in jail, that doesn't count as getting the job, which is not a job of being a villain. It's a job of being an actor. There's a difference. Anywho, what the heck is going on with this stuff? Why are we getting all this room noise? Well, here's why. So there's where we're adding that, and there's our regeneration. Ooh, also this is clearly wrong. Or no, wait, no, it's not. It's not. That is not, in fact, wrong. Well, we can blank both of these things out nicely. We can just do this. There. Now, if what I've done here is causing a problem for me, I've just shut it off. We can continue to generate these things. That doesn't mean that we're keeping them. Now let's run that electric piano again and see what it does with it this time. Maybe I've simply been miscalculating all of this. Maybe my noise addition, oh, hello. Maybe my noise stuff may be too loud. Like I should think I'd be able to hear it on everything. And we'll stick to the Rhodes because the Rhodes is going to make clarity. And we'll fire this up again. And in theory, it's going to be quieter this time. Yep. Okay, doesn't make giant scrunching noises this time, but I'm still hearing a little bit. Can I make that more strenuous now that I'm reducing the noise from the equation? I still want that noise to be there, but it's not working for me in every possible way. I'm going to have to find out which one of those is doing it. I doubt it's room noise R. I bet it's room noise L, and I've simply not scaled it properly somehow. We're only adding it to one of these feedback scenarios. Yeah, let's try it with only room noise L blanked out. That should be fine. This part should also be fine. I'm just not sure why. Like, why would it be bursting up the noise but then have it quiet down to near silence? Is it R after all? I mean, I could see how that might be a thing. It's a reverb. Let's continue stepping this down. Half again. And again, on something like drums, it's going to be much easier. But Rhodes is extremely revealing. It's like vibrating metal tines. You can pick up on what the reverb is doing with that quite easily. And in fact, I did take away the noise quite easily, and I can hear it not being there. Problem becomes, what if the regen is the one that is fluctuating loudly? What then? Because it could be that the regen is the one that's kicking me in the teeth at the moment for values of kicking in the teeth that equal it's not working properly. Interesting. Yeah, it's the regen. The regen is the one that's not correct. Without fixing that, I'm not even going to be able to hear the other one. Boom. Room noise R equals 0. Kind of stands to reason, though. I kind of see why it would be doing that. I just now know that I need to scale it back a lot more than I thought. A lot more than I thought. It's going to be an interesting tacos today, too. I went to the store and I found different taco shells. And by that, what I mean is not actually shells this time. Back wall, middle, close up. One thing at least. I'm not getting giant scrunches doing this. That at least is good. Yeah, well, this is me making it even better. That's probably as good as I can get. Back wall. Front. So if I was going to be tricky, there's another trick that I could do. Namely, manipulate dry wet to go along with position. I'm not going to want to build that into the reverb, but it's the sort of thing that could work for a like a game version of these. And I can probably demo it. And I might need to run the itty bitty speaker to hear it properly. But the rest of this seems like it's doing okay. So while we don't have any regen, remember the regen was the one that was making the high winds, and I was able to set it up in such a way where you could crank it up and it would be a very impressive spectacle. But I clearly have the amount far too high. The wrap of it is going okay, but the noise voice is the way I would want it, but the rest not so much. And I don't have the relevant data in here anymore. But let's ignore that for the moment and So first of all, this is going to be times 0.5. It's going to be in parens. And then we're going to be 1 minus. So before I solve this noise thing, check this out. And I'm actually going to turn a little speaker with the dangling wire. This was supposed to be attached on it, but it fell off repeatedly. And this broke, and everything's breaking and going wrong. But not so bad that I can't use it for this one thing. That's what's going to happen.
Power on.
On you go.
Bluetooth connected.
And this is wrapped. And we'll see whether that works. Let me scooch myself over. Build. And we can go back to the drums because that should be a clear indication of stuff. Fire up roll K Rockstar. Now this does nothing, but this does something. So forward. Farther back. Back wall. What have I got that sounds like a footstep in my sounds folder? Come on, there's got to be something. Could I have something that sounds like a footstep in various recordings? What have I got in here? I'm disappointed. How am I supposed to get my hand on a footstep? Does this have a microphone? One way to find out. And we will be doing our walking on this pane of wood. And I'm going to use my slipper. So if this little laptop has a microphone in it, we got it. Let's find out. Devices, built-in microphone. Hey. So as long as let's not play through whole recording. I know how to use this. I've used this for other things. On the other hand, this one doesn't have test record, does it? You know what? I don't care. Let's find out. Let's find out whether it does a recording. Alrighty. Hey, we got there. All right. Footsteps coming up. Yay. Bah, who needs Foley? We got footsteps. We got footsteps for days. We're going to save this as footsteps. Boop. And that didn't play correctly. There we go. That was too loud, so we will have that be the first one to be cut off. And we're going to have some background noise, but that's fine too. Oh, and we're going to start with this. Insta footsteps. I said I was going to save this, and I will. Not in documents. What do you think is happening? I guarantee you whatever you think is happening, it's not that. Not documents. There we go. Sounds. Wahey. Circle, 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 circle. It is possible that we will see that stuff showing up on a new version of 80 Clip. Clip only is clip only. It's meant to be there and just saving you from overs and no fussing whatsoever, and no matter what you threw at it, it's going to behave itself and not give you like intersample peaks and stuff. That's what it's designed for. Oh no, clip only 3 doesn't give intersample peaks. I can show you that. But I can also show you this. At least I could if the damn thing remembered I had it on. Come on. Okay, try again. Oh wait, let's make it not echo as much. Okay, walk into the back of the room. Walking back forward again. There you are. So that's what this position thing was supposed to do. We can make it so that we can automate that. What you dumb thing? And when we're right at the back wall, that's what you got. Then listen to the pre-delay. Now there's a pre-delay before the echo, but as you go back, that stops being a thing. Because you were going closer to the reverb. You're farther back into the reverb. Or literally on the back wall. Halfway. Closer to the front. All the way to the front. Hear it? It's not very loud, I'll give you that. It's as loud as I can get it. Actually, that's not true at all. I could get it much louder than that. Or we can put my poor little decrepit baby aside for the moment. Power off.
Power off.
And do the same thing, but on the big speakers. Coming towards us. And right there. So yeah. You can automate position to create different locations animated throughout the stereo field. You'll need to do it in a separate version of the reverb for everything that you want to actively be animating. So you don't get to put two separate sources in at the same time and have them be in different positions. But for any reverb, and it's only a householder reverb, so this is workable, like this is doable. You can run this and have it moderate the amount of pre-delay. Again, this is the thing that I'm doing, is making it so that right up front, and then obviously farther away, and then obviously off in the distance. Coming back towards. And then the farthest forward you can get. Cool. And it was always meant to work with footsteps. Footsteps have a lot of silence in them. And so that's a pretty good way of being able to get the early reflection to update quickly and silently. Making the update for that go silent is basically pretty legit, like not a real problem there. You can get away with that. Okay. Let's put this back, having demonstrated that point. I'm happy that it worked. I feel like if I was going to be doing the there's bound to be settings where it would accurately get the volume of dry versus wet for this position thing. And that could be good for something like a game engine one. I'm not sure whether it makes any sense for a mix one. Circle, 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 circle has a fair point in terms of going to streaming services and having them screw it all up because they're redoing it all over again. That is a valid concern. But then these are the same people that will throw limiting at you and do all manner of other horrifying things. So I'm not primarily concerned about that. But yeah, no, point well taken. Point well taken. That alone might be a good enough reason to work towards an 80 clip X where you can cover that, because it's doable. It is most definitely doable. All they'd have to do is just gain stage everything down afterwards. Do the usual, like, what kind of boost would you want to do? How does the gain thing work? Usually boost is more along the lines of how much do you want to add rather than pulling it back when it's already just a clipper. But yeah, all of that. There's a variety of stuff that doesn't actually get exposed, but you could expose that, and you could expose the Delta thing that 80 Clip 9 has. And the whole stacking additional layers of it that AD Clip 9 does becomes much less relevant with the new clip only. But yeah, point well taken. I agree. That is a fair concern. It wasn't the first thing I was thinking of, but maybe it should be higher up in my level of what I'm thinking of. What I'm doing is designing stuff so that if I do lossless, I can guarantee intersample overs and also push the loudest output for any time you're actually putting forth lossless audio just under your own control. And you know that you don't want intersample overs, and you also know that if you are clipping, you probably want it to go as hard as possible. So yeah. But for what you're doing, having a single interface would be a lot more of a help. That's worth looking into. We can move forward with that. That can be, I don't know, Thursday or next week or something. I'm happy that I've gotten this much done. We're very close to getting to have tacos. Tacos is going to be really weird, like I said. I didn't have to turn on my oven this time because I have found a form of corn tortilla that I have tried before. Not in this exact form, but I can get soft tortillas for like a quarter the price of the old El Paso, like American suburban tortilla kind, the hard crunchy ones. There's a catch. If I eat tacos made with soft tortillas, I think they're much better that way, but I have a tendency to bite the inside of my mouth when trying to eat them. Possibly meaning that I should just slow the heck down and not be in a rush to get everything done all the time. But that is something that happened. But the fact that it's like a quarter the cost of the ones that I've been getting, that's one of my staple foods. I eat that like twice a week. Assuming it keeps as well as the old El Paso ones are basically like, yeah, they're not really a food, so they'll stay forever like they were plastic. They're only corn and like oil and stuff, but so is the other kind. And so with a bit of luck, I can economize on that by getting the soft tortillas as long as I'm able to actually eat them without hurting myself. Because it's no fun getting a piece of cheek with your tortilla. It's like, I'm not vegetarian, but I don't go that hard, thank you. That's no good. So we're about done. This worked. What am I going to call it? I don't think any of those comments are actually relevant, so we're going to leave it that. But that is going to be the new position updater. And then the remaining thing is, do I make this be literally 0.0? Because that ended up becoming very, very loud indeed. And I don't know what I thought. Actually, no, hang on. No, that noise was fine. It's the regen that is the problem. So we can just copy this over. And quickly see what that does. And that stacks on top of this other thing, so that should work fine, just the way it is. And I'm going to close this because it's time for me to go and have dinner. But one final play of the roads through that. And let's hear whether that thunderstormy sounding noise is obnoxious or not. Let's see whether I dialed it back to where it's reasonable or not. I can always just keep cutting that back until it behaves. But that was the part that was giving me issues. So, try to what? It's at the back of the hall. Okay, I think that helped. I absolutely think that helped. The noise, even though I was dividing it by an extremely small amount, was still really overwhelming. But doing it this way, I think that actually helped. I could maybe even do the, we'll turn baby speaker on one more time.
Power on. Bluetooth connected.
New baby speaker, the custom one that I was talking about on Blue Sky, you can do this. And then an itty bitty speck of sound. And then it fades into reasonable quietness. And with that, we'll call it a day. Wish me luck with the tacos. I am hoping very much that the tacos don't attack me too hard. Because here's the catch, like the crunchy old El Paso ones in every supermarket and gas station, I can eat those without hurting myself, yes. They're not as good. They're not as good as the proper Mexican kind, man. Getting the soft tortillas for it, it's like way nicer. It's just that there's this catch. And probably dentistry would help me with that, but it ain't like I can afford dentistry, so whatever. We do what we can. And I will see you folks on Thursday. Maybe Thursday what we can do is immediately work on the new clip, the new 80 clip, and bring everything that clip only has into a form where people can do way more with it. That seems like that would be a kindness. Depends upon how many people demand it. I know people wanted clip only real fast after 2-tape. So if people want the new 80 clip and to be able to do like the Delta stuff and so on, fair. I don't think stacking it up is going to do any good though, so I don't want to do that. Anywho, I will talk to you folks later. I'm going to go and eat food and see whether the world's gone. And I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.